Please remain standing for the national anthem. Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, my name is Utera Isheja Sandrine, and I'm delighted to be today's MC in this Umushyikirano National Dialogue Council, the 20th edition. For those who don't remember, who don't know it, the first edition was 2003 at the National Parliament. I've seen many young people here, and I've been thinking, I remember where I was back then in 2003. I was only 15. I was in high school, and now I'm Deputy Director General of Rwanda Broadcasting Agency. The same round of applause for many young leaders like me in different institutions. And I'm reiterating this because for you young people listening, you could be in the same position. It's normal. So don't belittle yourself. So fellow Rwandans, everyone following from around the world, you know where we were right after 1994. How weak we were, how little knowledge we have, and all the psychological wounds we had. So if from that state we were able to make it this far, and we are at the heart of Rwanda's progress, then there's nothing we can't do. So let's thank the President of the Republic, because we owe all this to his good leadership. We're so grateful, Mr. President, for leading us along that journey. And would you please address this gathering today? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am very happy to get this opportunity, and I thank you all for being here with us. So that this National Umushyikirano Council be successful. And to make sure that this serves our nation. As was indicated earlier, this national dialogue has been organized several times over, and there are resolutions that are taken every time. And this helps us move forward, make progress in the long run. And these resolutions get us to new discussions, to a new dialogue. Again, to make sure that our country moves forward as intended. As we began this journey, we wished to build ourselves as a nation, as a people. And avoid depending on the pity of people here and there, hearing that this person has had pity on us, but then when they change course, this would have an impact on us. So sovereignty and independence, true independence and true sovereignty is our objective. The objective of each and every one of us. And we do, of course, understand that this national Umushyikirano brings together the civil society, the government, the youth, all citizens of Rwanda. And we also invite citizens from all over the world to actually contribute ideas. And the statistics are evident. The number of people that came out of poverty, those that were supported so they can build themselves up, is evidence in itself. But as always, there are always challenges as well as opportunities. And as Rwandans, we cannot sleep on our laurels. We can't ever say, well, we've actually achieved enough. We always need to go further along with more determination. And we have no choice. There's no other way around it. Another choice would not be a choice. It would be despair. It would be telling ourselves that there's nothing we can do about this, and we have no choice but to remain poor and live the way we are. And these are things that have happened in the past. For many years, the country did live under those circumstances, in disarray. And there are people who believe that there's no reason to work hard for ourselves. But so long as we have within our people, individuals who have this vision, who have this courage, who allow us to understand that we have countries that are with us, sister countries that can indeed help us achieve this vision, then this is possible. And this will, of course, prevent some of us from getting a good night's sleep, because we keep thinking about means and ways to move on the path of progress, on the path towards development. And as leaders, we must bring together the Rwandan population, which expects a lot from us, a lot of support from us. Guidance and support that helps citizens go way beyond surviving. That allows citizens not to live on a day-to-day basis, wondering whether they'll be alive tomorrow. We need to live a life where everyone can actually have hope for a better future. And we see that in other countries. We see countries that have made progress, but understand that some of those countries have actually started at a level that was the same as ours, but they managed to achieve their objectives. And it is not to say that they are different from us, that God made them different. We are all created equal as humans. And there's no difference amongst humans. The only difference pertains to circumstances. However, we are all born equal. And yes, there are some people who may think that they are the ones who have created humanity, that they're above others, but this cannot be accepted. It is not acceptable. And if you decide to accept this, it means that you actually decide to accept the status quo and remain in a state of poverty. And this is why, as Rwandans, we opted for this national Umushyikirano, this national dialogue, so that we can always continuously learn from each other, learn from the past, draw lessons that will help us get out of circumstances that we find ourselves in, and that to achieve our objectives. And it is clear that there are differences. However, this should not be an obstacle to cooperation towards progress. And this is the reason why I believe it is important to make decisions, and particularly as leaders. I would and I do want that what we do for our citizens, that the efforts we deploy in favor of our citizens be reported back to the population, to our people, so they may say, well, this is what you've done, but this is what happened. These are the resources that we've empowered you with, and these are the results. Where are the results? How did you use the resources that you were given? Did you pocket them, thinking that you should enjoy them as an individual, or did you actually make good use of them for the benefit of the people? And we should not forget that we need to be accountable for our responsibilities and be ready to pay back, compensate. And accept whatever consequences come as a result as your actions. Some people do hide, and it may not always be easy to actually find those people, but this should not prevent us from staying the course, maintain this tradition of accountability in as far as leaders are concerned. And there are many other things that we managed to transform. And at times these work well, other times it does not necessarily work well, but in any case there are still quite a number of issues that have not been resolved yet. As you're aware, there are issues related to projects. And leading a project to success is difficult. You need to plan for it, implement it, and it does happen at times that the said project is not well prepared or planned for. And as an example, we may have a government structure that is responsible for the planning and preparation of such a project. But then we realized that there were no consultations with other structures that they are meant to collaborate with. And once a project has started implementation, there should be a monitoring of the said project. But then we realize that there's no monitoring, there's no follow-up. And nobody knows how the project is actually being managed. Nobody knows whether it is actually ticking boxes in terms of achievement of its objectives, and this is an issue that we've struggled with for quite a number of years. And even when a project is well implemented, the pace at which it is implemented is not right. And it begins well, but then the project does not actually continue as it should. So these are issues that we must absolutely tackle, because we cannot continue like this. On the other hand, I believe we need to ensure that accountability is systematic. Make sure that every person that is given responsibilities is accountable. And I think this is key. And I should remind you, because we can't forget this, that accountability is the foundation. And yes, we have problems when it comes to implementing some activities or projects. And, we have, for instance, the private sector that may be involved in a project, but then you realize that nothing is actually working. Some projects have been abandoned, and I won't actually mention them. You know them. And there are projects that were, say, supposed to be implemented over a period of 2 years and then close. But then we're in the third year and nothing has been done yet. And people act as if that's not an issue. This cannot continue. We must put an end to this. And I take this opportunity, this good opportunity, to remind you all in this room and elsewhere to help find a solution to this problem and put an end to such actions. We have citizens that are supposed to benefit from these projects. They need to wake up as well. And there's the private sector that gets involved. The private sector is there, they work and they get paid. But what about the citizen for whom we are supposed to work? And, when you ask questions, they tell you, Your Excellency, we've had these issues. Okay, fine. Well, if there were these problems, what happened? How did you change course? How did you resolve those problems? And I'll give you another example. During our last celebrations for the New Year, we have citizens that were getting tired and were on the verge of standing up against their leaders. And the leaders were actually, very much in a hurry to go and celebrate. And yet, some citizens had been waiting for the results of a given project. And then you have a leader who's actually just leaving everybody behind and is going to celebrate. No, we need to put an end to this. And people must be accountable, whether it's negligence or something else. When it comes to Kigali, the mayor must be accountable. And when I'm talking about accountable, I'm not talking about, me asking a question and then you responding. No. If there is lacking that has been proven on your part, then you must be accountable for that. And I'm not specifically speaking about the city of Kigali. I'm talking about ministries as well. There are projects that are being implemented. You need to supervise them. You need to monitor them, resolve the issues that arise. And you must be accountable for those issues. If there are delays or any other issue, you need to explain those problems and then resolve those issues. People can understand that there are problems. This is normal. But we must find solutions to those problems. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward. But let's come back to another type of issue, because we have caused those problems. And therefore, we must find solutions and not blame others, and believe that these other people will actually find a solution for us. So we need to find solutions internally. The country has had a long history, and this history has not always been rosy. In the last century, or beginning of the last century, we had problems that actually keep following us. But among those problems, some actually come from the outside. They come from outside of Rwanda. And you can imagine that if we are not able to actually resolve our problems internally, our internal problems internally, how are we going to actually tackle problems coming from the outside? So let's say we have 50%, 50% of problems caused internally and 50% of the problems coming from the outside. Still, the problems coming from outside are actually more serious. I do not, and I will not accept that you decide or accept to live on somebody else's dime, that you depend on others. This I cannot accept.
Doesn't matter how willing you are to use it to wrong ends. We, from a small country like Rwanda, we should be able to stand up to that. Kuri jye ibi ngibi tuvuga by'amajyambere mu mushyikirano twavuze poroje zitagenda neza.
Personally, I believe we need to correct and find solutions to some of the problems. But this is not possible if we do not understand our history. Otherwise, we would not know where to go. And this history, and I should say Rwanda is a very particular case when it comes to the issues that we are faced with. We have our internal problems, but then we have other very serious problems that are caused by the outside. And let me start with the sub-region. We are all aware of the problems that we are faced with our neighbors in the DRC for many, many years. And there are other problems with our neighbors in the south, in Burundi. And, for many, many years, people actually continue saying that, Rwanda and Burundi are twin countries. And but Burundi has decided to be a twin with DRC, and it is fine. I have no problem with that. If you believe being closer to the Congolese, that's very fine. But this twinning character, if it is based on politics, it's not good, because this becomes a move towards hate. Hate of other people, hate of oneself, and there's no reason to actually question this. You should listen to what these people say. Listen to them. And therefore, we shouldn't actually try and wonder whether this is true or not. They say it openly. Now, first, I would like to repeat this once again. And if you're not, if you do not believe me, please, let me know. We've been saying it everywhere for a long time, and everybody actually recognizes that this is true, but they still decide to not say anything about this. This war did not start with Rwanda. It did not start in Rwanda. Please verify the facts. This war did not begin in Rwanda. We did not cause it. And I've actually told you what the root cause of this problem has been. I've said it 1,000 times. Congo is the source of this problem, and there's other sources as well, which I will not mention here. This is not our business, but we have a problem with Congo. What is the problem? The problem pertains to the Interahamwe which are in that country and the genocide ideology of this group. This is a genocide ideology. They always say, no, Rwanda, we're coming for you. We'll actually finish what we started. And you probably know what happened in the past. So you could ask survivors to actually explain what happened, if you forgot. And therefore, this is an issue that keeps coming back, and this is an issue that came from the outside. And we are told, oh, Rwandans are in Congo for precious metals, for the mineral resources in Congo. This is the reason why there's a problem between Congo and Rwanda. And then they say, Rwanda is a very small country, and their intention is actually to eat up on the territory of Congo. And this is perpetuated, but people are actually hiding the true cause of the problem for us. That is the Interahamwe, which are in the DRC. They were installed there, they were given weapons. Some of them were in the former Interahamwe militia. Others have been recruited and were trained and armed. The United Nations, when they set up the MONUSCO, I mean, why do you think they did that? Why do you think it was necessary to create MONUSCO in Congo? Very few people ask themselves why. And when we talk about the United Nations, oftentimes people do not, know who they are, and when they speak about the international community, who are they? At the end of the day, this does not have any meaning, because the UN is everyone. It is all the countries. But at the same time, it's nobody. The international community is all of us. It's you and I. But at the end of the day, neither you nor I are invited to discuss, what solutions should be brought to the problem. So, who should be accountable? So, people decide to take the easy path and find a scapegoat. Someone who would actually wear that hat, and that's always Rwanda. Rwanda is a small country which is comprising of people, you and I, but again, who is the international community?
Long story short, many times I meet ambassadors of countries credited here, either best here or best outside. Or I meet government ministers of different countries. And when you are talking about this problem of Congo, one of the many questions they ask is always, how many Interahamwe are there in Congo? How many FDLR? In other words, what they are trying to say is, you have turned it into such a big problem when actually they say some of them are old. They are 90 years old. I say, but if you are saying they are 90 years old, it means they are there. But to become 90 years old, if you have children that you train and put in their heads this kind of ideology, and they end up being militias or fighters within FDLR, I mean, how does being 90 years old become irrelevant? How? So they asked me, how many? The easiest answer for me sometimes is, why don't you ask the UN forces you put there? You sent these forces to go and deal with this problem, among others. So they should really be telling you how many or what they are doing. Second, I answer them on issue of hate speech. How do you count the numbers? If the president of the country, that is Congo, or his assistants or heads of different institutions publicly talk about genocide, talk about attacking Rwanda, talk about all kinds of things as relates to genocide ideology. How do you count that in numbers? So you tell me how many give such a speech? Well, I also tell you, even if you think there are few who give such a speech, there are millions who are listening. And among them, they are recruited into that, and they become part of the threat that Rwanda faces. Others come and say, yeah, but Rwanda, I think you are strong enough. I have not understood the meaning. I say, strong enough to do what? To sit back and be run over? I said, is that what you do in your own countries? I wish I was actually strong enough. I'm not. I wish I was strong at all. Then I would, take such threats as simple as something I can deal with as and when I need to do that. But I'm not, because I'm not in the end, because I even depend on you. One day you decide these people in international community, they have, I think they took things literally. They are helpful. I would say they are helpful. They have been supportive. But they even are supportive in creating problems for us. They are helpful in one sense of solving the problems, and helpful in another sense of creating problems for us. The amount of threats we come under on a daily basis. We will do this if you don't do this. We will do that if you don't do that. Sometimes you feel choked by this kind of, but instead of being choked by all of that, I will be choked by just being defiant and telling you to go to hell. You can't create problems for me, at the same time come and blame me for these problems, and then start threatening me. How? How? It's a daily thing. It's a regular thing. It becomes the conversation instead of addressing the problem the way it should be. You know, these Congolese are very lucky. This Tshisekedi man who stands there and abuses people and threatens and does that, and then in the end, this same international community comes to me and says, yeah, you see, you know, you need to do this, you need. I say, what? And I tell them, don't you realize that by doing that, you are actually emboldening this person not to find a solution to their problems, or whatever problems that are between us and them. You treat a country or a president or a government like a spoiled child. You look back and ask, you know, check. There is no blame that ever goes to the very people who created this problem and who continue in the same problem. But when it comes to Rwanda, it's our problems we are blamed for, and it's their problems we are blamed for. So we are blamed for two kinds of problems. Our own, we may have our own problems that for sure we will own up and deal with that. But how do we deal with the blame for other people's problem? They should be owning up to and dealing with. How do we deal with that? Just by threats? You come threaten people, I will do this. Well, some of them did whatever they did. But I hesitate to tell them. I say, okay, you did that, so what did you get out of it? Whatever you did, what did you get out of it? The situation just go to us. And for me, from the beginning, it was obvious it was going to get worse because you are not addressing the root cause of the problem. Instead, you are just massaging the people who are actually behind these problems. So how does the world expect us to behave? Just listen to them and do whatever they ask us to do, even if it is leading to our own destruction? Let me tell you, it's really not for our existence, for our well-being, for if somebody intends to create these problems for us, we don't expect us, we don't expect to be asked to ask for favors from the ones who are causing these problems to us. We are not going to ask for a favor. Well, maybe someday when there are people who are like we have been decades and hundreds of years ago, maybe those people, because who knows, we can always, through such manipulations and so on, have people emerge who think that is the way we should live. Maybe, I don't know, but in some of us, his lifetime, in our lifetime, some of us will try and stand up to that. So this problem By the way, if we were really in Congo for minerals, we would be 100 times richer than we are now. But I think also why we are, and you know, I saw recently people sort of celebrating, you say, you see, we have always said Rwanda is in Congo and they have been denying, now they have, no, that is nonsense. I think people who are being told are not listening. And what they have been told for years, they have not been listening, because I've been asked thousands of times. You say, is Rwanda in Congo? There is something that says everything you need to know about defensive measures we took to deal with that threat coming from Eastern Congo or from Congo. Now, my answer, simple answer, which says everything, has always been, if you ask me whether we are in Congo, do you first ask yourself, why would Rwanda be in Congo? Then you would get the answer without asking me. If you ask yourself that this Rwanda, which is accused of being in Congo, why this accusation? First of all, it is not about minerals, that one is aside, for sure. It's not for any other thing, for sure. Except we have told you for the last 30 years about the threats coming from Congo to do with our security, and those threats have materialized several times. You just don't want to see it, you don't want to hear it. So, but what are they looking for? When they're asking you, are you in Congo? Are you in Congo? Either you say no, and the question of defensive measures we took are also seen as if they are not there. And if you say yes, that becomes the only problem in the world to deal with. Even legally, the lawyers who are here, I see the Minister of Justice. If you say yes, every other problem will disappear. They'll just take you on saying, yes, you are there. So every problem, in fact, you will have made it easier for them to load the problems of Congo on your shoulders now. That's it. So you saw one time a journalist asked me, say, are you in the CNN? It was, I must have seen it. And when I said, I don't know, simply, that is really technically not an answer I should have given. But also technically, it is an answer that would not take me to court. So, how do you prosecute an ignorant man who doesn't know what you're even talking about? It becomes difficult. So, but this whole back and forth thing has trivialized the real issue. The real problem has been trivialized. But there are bigger issues to deal with. Congo must own up. They have responsibilities and must not transfer their responsibilities to Rwanda. We're not responsible for Congo. The history and whatever it is, that one people can make their own judgment. But we cannot carry our own problems and carry Congo's problems. No. And for protecting our people, that one we shall. There's no question about it. But there is more unfairness to this world. Anyway, let me reserve some other comments for another time. And give space for other things. But I thought I needed to give you a bit of what is on people's minds, but this is also not what we are talking about. I don't think this is a problem that is not that cannot find an answer, that cannot find a resolution. I don't think so. There is a way to resolve this matter, but people just don't want to resolve it. Maybe it also becomes an industry for some people to keep having a war going on, and there are lots of benefits to some people. But otherwise, if you address the root causes, and they are known, and simply put responsibility where it belongs, and accountability, I think this problem can be resolved, the Congo problem. And must be looked at holistically. How it is the whole of Congo, it's the region, it's Rwanda, Congo, it is. All right, so thank you very much, and I hope we have started the year, everyone, on a good note. After a long break and so on, now we are back to business. So we should do just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We will be self-reliant and we will leave. Last Umushyikirano Council, we made many resolutions. So let's see how far we've come with those resolutions. So let's hear it from the Prime Minister. Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, honorable leaders of the highest institutions of our country, dear leaders, dear guests attending this Umushyikirano Council, the 20th edition, hello. I thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity. And please allow me before I continue, to ask this gathering to help me thank you for inviting us to this Umushyikirano 20th edition, and to thank you for the remarks and the advice you just gave us. And before I give my talk, I want to remind you that the 19th Umushyikirano Council that convened from 23rd to 24th January 2024, it adopted 13 resolutions. And those were divided into 41 activities or projects. And now, up to 34 have been implemented as it was planned. And 7 of them are nearing the end, completion. And those include the improving of the BDF, Business Development Fund, so they can help small projects have access to loans, focusing on agricultural projects. And this is underway, and it will be done, it will be completed very soon. And as you know, fiscal year 2024-2025, our country started the implementation of the second national strategy of transformation. This is a 5-year plan in the context of implementing our 2050 vision. And now, it's been more than a year as we implement that vision, leading up to the major goal of this whole exercise to increase Rwandans. The Rwandans will go from $1,040 to $1,370 a year in 2029, as we increase the citizens' well-being in every area. So I will share some of the main achievements, and then I will give you the plan we have as we strive to achieve sustainable development. Let me start with economic indicators. Our country's economy has been growing in a satisfactory fashion. In 2024, our economy grew from 8.2% in 2023 to 8.9%, which means it exceeded 8.3% that was planned. And in the 3 quarters of 2025, the economy continued to grow by the average of 8.7%, including an increase of 6.5% in the first quarter, 7.8% in the second, and 11.8% in the third quarter. This growth saw the participation of different economic sectors of the country, including agriculture, industry, and services. And the first 3 quarters of 2025, the agriculture sector grew by the average of 7% from 5% in 2024. Industry grew by 10%, and the services grew by the average of 9%. And this proves that our country's economy continues to grow in a satisfactory way, which gives us hope that we'll achieve our goal. And this increase in GDP in different areas of our country's economy was made possible by different strategies, especially increasing the access to loans to Rwandans, which also contributed in decreasing unemployment. And from 16.8% in 2024 to 11.7% by the end of 2025. Let me remind you that in 2022, right after the COVID-19 pandemic, this unemployment rate was at 24.3%. And in this NST2, our goal was to create 250,000 jobs a year outside of the well-paying jobs. The census that was conducted at the end of 2025 shows us that since early 2024, we had created a little more than 800,000 jobs. Those included more than 760,000, which is 93% of the jobs that were created are non-agricultural based. The increase of GDP that we saw we saw that in the development of commerce and export. Exports in 2024-2025 grew from $3.5 billion in 2023-2024 fiscal year to $5.7 billion. And this is equivalent to an increase of 62.8%. Our goal in this five-year plan is to reach $7.3 billion. And this increase in exports helped reduce the deficit between exports and imports significantly, which means that our country is building its own reliance, self-reliance. In the same vein, we applaud taxpayers because they did a good job in paying their taxes, and which saw 3.2 billion Rwandan francs from 2.7 trillion in 2023 to 2024. And the savings inside the country has also grown from 12% to 15.6% of the country's GDP. And as we continue to encourage Rwandans to do savings, we encourage them to participate in Ejo Heza savings schemes. And in 2024-2025, up to 52.8 billion Rwanda francs had been saved. The government adopted strategies to improve that Ejo Heza fund so it can benefit its members much better. Umurenge Sacco savings cooperatives have been streamlined, and different savings schemes were improved too. We're glad that investment grew from $2.2 billion to $2.7 billion. Our goal with NST2 is to reach $4.6 billion a year. Overall, with the economy, the last 2 years, we achieved our goal on a good rate, and in some cases, we exceeded our goal. And this should boost our confidence, and it proves that together, as we continue increasing our productivity in every area, we will achieve development that we need. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, dear guests, after this overall picture of our country's economy, allow me to uh, mention major activities that were conducted within the context of NST2, namely the economy, social well-being, and governance. With the economy, the agriculture sector kept growing thanks to the strategies that increase production as the government continued to focus on it with food security and food production. The government increased subsidies to the farmers, especially after the price of fertilizers had gone up on the international market. And this helped farmers increase the amount of fertilizers they use. The fertilizers they use now is around 72 kilograms per hectare a year, and in 2017 they used to use 32 kilograms. Now, we've achieved that, and we're glad we did, because we're above the average amount of fertilizers used in sub-Saharan Africa, because they use 25 kilograms per hectare per year. However, we still have a long way to go, because our goal is to reach 94.6 kilograms per hectare by 2029. Well, let me say that the rich countries are at 150 kilograms per hectare today. And as we fight the effects of climate change, we kept increasing the size of arable land from 71 hectares in 2024 to more than 74,000. And our plan is that that area will reach 130 hectares by 2029. We are still increasing the area where we have terraces, and now we have more than 67,000. 146,000, but our goal is 167,000 by 2029. Terraces have increased, and now we're at more than 1,042,000. The government has also continued improving animal husbandry, including the increase of infrastructure in that area, and this has contributed to increasing the milk production, and from 700 million liters in 2017, and now at more than 1 million and almost more than 1 million liters in 2025. And as we keep improving our industries and increasing their production, the government has continued to implement strategies to increase the products that are manufactured in Rwanda, produced in Rwanda, so that we can satisfy the local market and also export. Those strategies include the increase in investment and the capacity of those industries, especially the mining sector, the agro-processing, and construction. The government continues to facilitate investment in the mining sector and to process that production before it's exported to add value. So the in 2024, its production increased by 12% from 9% in 2023. The first 3 quarters of 2025, that production grew at an average of 8%. And as we keep improving the development of industries, and as we want to increase our production by 10% at least a year, the government continues to improve the operations at industrial parks, including that in Rwamagana, Musanze, Muhanga, and Bugesera, and Kigali. And this will help us increase the production at those industries, create jobs, and improve the value chain and the business with foreign countries. The tourism sector contributed a lot in the export, allowing the country to have $647 million in 2024 from $620 million. Our goal is to reach $1 billion within this NST2. And to reach this, the government, jointly with the private sector, will continue investing in infrastructure that for the tourism sector, including the new Kigali International Airport. The government will continue to focus on streamlining and improving the MICE sector, the conferences and events, and sports as well. In 2024-2025, this MICE sector contributed to the economy by $108 million, and the goal is to reach $224 billion. We all remember the UCI championships that we hosted, the boxing championship, and others, which allowed Rwanda to show the world that we are an exemplar in these areas. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, dear guests, we've continued focusing on different development activities, including better shelter, where the government continued finalizing land use master plans in different districts and Kigali City. And now, up to 25 master plans out of 28 have been finalized. And those that are not finalized are going to be finalized very soon, and will be finalized as it was planned. The government is also focusing on giving Rwandans better shelter, starting from those living in danger zones. So the example is the Mazi Modern Village shelter that has given shelter to 688 families, and together with the private sector, the government will continue to implement the existing projects that will help us achieve our goals within NSG2. The infrastructure sector, we've done a lot, we're still doing city. Up to 82.9% of households now have electricity. And with development, where there are development infrastructure, electricity has reached those areas up to 89% from 86% at the beginning of the program. The energy sector, within the context of being more self-reliant and jointly with the private sector, the government has started with the development of building reserves where the oil products will be kept, and this will help manage the fluctuation of the prices on the international market. To increase electricity in the country, we will use different projects, including Nyabarongo 2, which will produce 58 megawatts, Gishoma, which will give 15 megawatts, methane gas in Karongi that will produce 100 megawatts, Gisagara plant that will be improved to produce 80 megawatts from the current 25 megawatts. We're also doing more to make sure that more Rwandans have access to clean water. Today, 84% of all cells have potable water from 80% in 2023-2024. We've built water plants, including Sake, that gives 100,000 cubic meter a day, and Ngororero, which produces more than 3,000 cubic meters a day. And the government continues to do its best to reduce the amount of water that is wasted on the network. And now the transport sector. We've done a lot in building and repairing roads and secondary roads. And this plays an important role in helping farmers to sell their products, their production. And today we have more than 4,200 kilometers in the country. We've repaired national roads up to 600 kilometers. And we've started projects, different projects, to expand major roads in Kigali City, and also to improve different junctions and crossroads, including different types of technology. And to help the common public transportation has seen the creation of EcoFleet to improve the service in this area and to develop the transportation industry in general. In the context of protecting our environment, the country's strategies allowed us in 2024-2025 to reduce air pollution by 28%. Let me remind you that our goal is to reduce that pollution by 38% by 2029. And to achieve this goal, we've started different projects to protect our marshlands in Kigali City, and we've started a campaign to plant up to 72 million trees in the country. And now more than 26 million trees have been planted around the country. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, dear guests, we are glad that our development program is not just about the economy. It also focuses on the well-being of the population. In the health sector, our country continues to do a lot to make strides in taking care of maternal and infant care. The level of maternal mortality reduced from 105 mothers out of on 100,000 in 2023-2024 dropped to 97% in 2024-2025. Infant mortality below 5 years old has continued to decrease from 45 children out of 1,000 live births in 2023-2024 dropped to 39.4 children in 2024-2025. And this exceeded the goal that was 40.6 in that year. The government continues to implement programs to increase capacity in the health sector through different programs, including the increase in the number of health personnel in the health sector, to increase the number by 4 through more nurse schools and the training of medical doctors. The government will continue with these projects in the health sector, especially with the Masaka Hospital and the expansion of King Faisal Hospital, the improving Ruhengeri, Muhororo, and Kabgai hospitals. The first year of the NST2, the education sector made tremendous progress in implementing programs to improve quality of education, to be compliant with the market. And the government continued to partner with private sector in developing professional training schools, finding skilled teachers, instructors. And Rwandans are encouraged to attend these schools so we can reach our goal to increase those who enroll in those schools from 38% of all school-age children to 60%. We will also keep increasing the number of vocational training schools and up to 30, which means one professional training school in every district. The curricula of Rwanda Polytechnic were improved to make sure that the training that is provided is compliant with the needs on the market. The basic education, curricula also improved. A program that contributed in reducing the number of school dropouts from 7.5% to 5.2%. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, dear guests, with the governance sector, we will continue improving our governance, focusing on the services as the President of the Republic always encourages us to do. We will achieve that by making sure that all Rwandans and the unity of Rwandans is safeguarded. Research has proven that citizens appreciate the services they get, up to 71.7%. Our goal is 90%. Obviously, there's a long way to go. But as you know, the citizen has to always be at the center of our action. And in this context, we are still improving the services we give through technology, through Irembo portal. And this, in addition to the improving of one-stop centers, will facilitate the citizens and speed up the services that are given in total transparency. With the justice sector, we're doing a lot in reducing the number of the backlog in the cases in courts. In 2024-2025, we were at 53%, while the NST2 goal is 30%. You see, we need to do more in this area. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, dear guests, before I bring this to a close, I want to thank all Rwandans who played a role and who still are in different activities and programs that contribute to developing our country. And as I've said, as I've showed, there are things that we are glad we achieved, but we still need to do more as we develop our country to reach our goal, to build a country, Rwanda, that we want. One point I want to reiterate, Your Excellency, is the issue of productivity. Obviously, as a country, we have a productivity issue, have low production in agriculture or within the industry. Your Excellency, allow me to remind everyone what you told us in the last Umushyikirano Council 2024, as you were encouraging us to change our mindset to be self-reliant as Rwandans. You said, Your Excellency, allow me to quote you, you said, where others work 3 hours and then just go to sleep, we need to put in 10 hours. Where others take 1 day to walk, a Rwandan citizen should walk the same distance using very few hours. So we can do a lot of things we have to do. Those are your own words, Mr. President, from the last Umushyikirano Council. The way we do business, Mr. President, shows that we haven't really heeded your call as we should have. Here is an example. Research by the National Statistics Institute in 2024 shows us that about 63% of our factories operate at very low capacity. That's what they call low capacity utilization. Normally, in developed countries, many factories operate 24 hours a day, and staff work in shifts, 3 shifts actually. Our evaluation from last year shows that most of our factories operate no more than 8 hours a day. And there are some that open 2 days a week, and they are closed 5 days of the week. This means that there are industries that use 20% of their capacity or even lower. Overall, this leads to a situation where what's produced by those countries are very expensive locally and when they're exported, and they can't compete with other products from elsewhere. And the reason, as many people keep saying, is not enough money, not enough working capital, which makes the owners, they are unable to get raw material that we need, enough raw material. And the other factor is that the lack of the market. But, Mr. President, if you look at this carefully, lack of market is caused by the reasons I gave earlier, just because the products are expensive. In agriculture, same thing. The production per hectare is very low compared to what we can do. I'll give you an example. Corn production in general, we're still at about 2 tons per hectare, but it's possible to achieve 10 tons. With potatoes, we're still at 8.7 tons per hectare, while we can harvest up to 22 tons. And to solve this issue, we need to change our mindset and our modus operandi, as you always tell us, Mr. President. The government intends to work more and better with the private sector to solve these issues. In agriculture, the strategies we've mentioned to increase the irrigated land, and this will help us solve the problem. This in addition to big projects in irrigation like Gabiro Agri Hub and Muvumba Multipurpose. As the production in industry and agriculture grows, it will help us reduce the increase in prices. And this will also boost the creation of jobs, and very quickly. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, dear guests, based on our 2050 vision, aimed at increasing the country's economy and improve the social well-being of Rwandans, here are some of the things we'll focus on. Increasing agricultural production to be self-reliant and to ensure there's food security. Increase the number of factories and their production. Create many jobs, especially for youth and women. Improving the quality of education. Improving the quality of health care. Make sure that there is good infrastructure, and also provide good services to Rwandans, and in a timely manner. Mr. President, we promise you that we're going to work harder and to improve the way we work and our collaboration and the way we serve the citizens. And we know we will do it. Before I close, I want to thank you once again, Mr. President, for this opportunity. Thank you very much. May peace be with you.
Murakoze Minisitiri w'Intebe.
Thank you, Honorable, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Murakoze Nyakubahwa Perezida.
We'll now take a 15-minute break. 15 minutes break.
se abakurikiye iyi nama y'igihugu y'umushyikirano. Kera hari imvugo yavugaga ngo umurimo ni uguhinga ngo ibindi ni amahirwe, ariko uyu munsi kubaka igihugu twabonye ko bituruka kuri byinshi.
So, in the past, we used to say that we'd have to work as little as we can and then let the rest resolve itself. Dear Rwandans here present, those of you who follow us from all over the world, thank you very much and you're very welcome. Our discussions will be focusing on sustainable development. We are with this Rumurangwa, Minister of Planning, Minister of Ndamanywenye of Trade, the principal, the director for mining export processing, Mr. Murenzi. And this debate, as I mentioned, will be focusing on sustainable development. The institutions represented here do contribute to the economic progress of our country. The Right Honorable Prime Minister has given us an overview of the current economic status of our country. And let me start with the first question. When we talk about sustainable development, citizens ask themselves whether we are wealthy or not. What does this mean? Thank you very much, Michel. It's now been 23 years that national consultations are organized on a regular basis. And since the first national dialogue, we've made a lot of progress. And what does that mean? It means that when there's economic growth, sufficient economic growth, over time, of course, this is progress. And this is a sustainable development that leads to sustainable growth. And we're not talking about numbers only. We're talking about the well-being of the citizens, always aiming at ensuring that the citizens can live a good life. And we now record a 7.5% annual growth. And when we get to that, I think this is a good thing. However, the people's well-being must follow. And we do realize that well-being has indeed improved. And I'll share with you a few examples. In 2003, about 23 years ago, the poverty rate was revolving around 60%. Today, the poverty rate is at 27%, which means that over 23 years, Rwandans have actually come out of poverty, given that we are now faced with a poverty rate of slightly above 20%. The life expectancy back then was about 60 years. Now it's above 70 years, so this is a lot. And it is clear that a lot of progress has been made. Let's take the example of electricity production. I think we managed to cover less than 5% of the population 20 years ago, or 23 years ago. Less than 5% of the households had access to electricity. Today, more than 80% of the households do have access to electricity, which means that a lot of progress has been made, but that applies as well to the health sector when it comes to access to healthcare, when it comes to education, all schools, all children go to school. But this is not enough. We still have a lot to achieve. And to do that, we have two main programs that guide us. The first pertaining to economic development, and then the second, which pertains to the National Strategy for Transformation, which spans from 2024 to 2029, and we also have our Vision 2050, which are all very important objectives. And we are hoping to move from 7.5% growth rate to 9.3% annual growth. And once we actually get to that number, I believe the well-being of the people of Rwanda will have improved tremendously. Therefore, the country must continue to move forward. And I'm not talking about the GDP alone, but also the GDP per capita. We need to get to the levels of development that we see in the northern part of the Americas, in Asia, and this is achievable. Thank you, Minister. I don't know if you actually heard these numbers. We moved from a 60% poverty rate to a 27% poverty rate in a little over 20 years. I think that's good. Thank you, Minister. These numbers, these statistics, do show a significant increase in various sectors, which lead to the improvement of the well-being of the population in general. Minister, we have representatives of the youth here. Some of them want to engage into agriculture, although they may not think they would actually get a lot from it. But what can you say about that? Thank you. Thank you, Michel, Your Excellency, distinguished guests. I can provide you with an answer. And the answer should be simple. Agriculture and livestock cannot be developed if productivity remains low. And this applies to all sectors of the economy. If productivity is not at a set level, then you won't be able to progress economically. And this is the simple answer. And here I was talking about agriculture and livestock. And I'm not even talking specifically about seeds and fertilizers, but I'd like to focus on productivity. And there's two things we should think about, because we heard the numbers. But it is possible to actually improve our productivity and our economy. In the agro sector, there's the issue of the land that it can be used by the sector. It is clear that the country is not going to get bigger, therefore we need to make our soil even more fertile, because 50% of our soil is acidic. And in some areas, people knew about that, and they would say it's not the soil that is acidic, it's the government that is being acidic. And that was under the monarchy. Under the monarchy, people said there's no bad soil, there's only bad monarchs. And it is clear that we're not dealing with kings anymore. But we need to basically make sure we can get access to certain minerals and improve on the soil fertility. Take the example of Muvumba in Nyagatare. We do harvest corn. We moved from 4 to 8 tons per hectare. And the price of corn is 400 per kilo. And Minister Yusuf did mention it. And I think progress is actually being seen today. However, there's another important element that we have to think about. Self-respect, dignity, and I explain what I mean here. Religious people will preach the word of God, and you'll see that they're actually very strong when it comes to potato productivity. That's in Nyabagabe. In Nyabagabe, we say that the image of agricultural growth is the potato. Oh, okay. Then we need to integrate and consolidate the land to actually ensure we can, people can work together. And this is good. But what about the seeds? You go to the farmer and they will ask you how much they cost, because they need to consider the cost of the seeds. Number 3. You plant the seeds, but then you're not watering the seeds, and it won't work. And in Rwanda, we always say that the rains are a blessing. But funny enough, everyone actually goes in hiding, into their homes when it's raining. But instead of hiding, why not collect the water? Instead of hiding from the water, from the rainwater. This would actually be useful. So it is true that agriculture can be costly. And in Kabezi, we have pork, which costs a lot. But people still indulge in consuming pork. And we also have the insemination of porks, which can be useful. What about the poultry? Rwandans like poultry. Whenever we go for weddings, chicken is actually given to the representative of the family. And, we need to grow poultry. in a manner that is modern, and we need to take care of them, make sure they're vaccinated. And you may say, well, Minister, all that is good, but is it enough? Of course not. But I have good news. In Dubai and in Europe, I'm told that they need avocado, lots of avocados, and that the ones they import are not enough. I am Minister of Agriculture and Livestock. Please help me get those avocado. You are here. Please come to me and help me, because I have markets for your avocados. And this is to say that we need to collaborate, we need to work together. But you know, Michel, money is key. And this cannot only come from the government, it needs to come from the people as well. And, you know, with climate change and various changes, I think we can actually improve on our agriculture productivity and be self-sufficient, self-reliant, and export to the outside as well. So, Minister, I see that these are very good plans. And when we talk about agriculture, we mean land. And land does not only mean crops, but it also means precious minerals. And my question is, do we really have mineral resources? Because this is very important, and it would indeed contribute to the country's development. Thank you. I've often been asked the same question. And I'd like to tell you, and to Rwandans in general, that we do have mineral resources. We have a small country indeed, but we have all these mountains that actually contain mineral resources. And we've been trading in those for more than 96 years. And the mines of Nyakabinga started in the 1960s and 1970s. But precious metals and precious stones are there. But wolfram was useful for building factories in the past. But then there's also coltan for telephones, for the technology industry. But we also have lithium, beryl, whose demand is actually quite sizable. And the demand varies, of course, but there's other mineral resources which will actually get significant as we move forward, depending on the importance that is given to those mineral resources and rare earths. But let me tell you something. There's no single region in Rwanda where there are no mineral resources. Take the example of Kigali. You have wolfram. You have Muhanga, Rutsiro, in Rubavu, in Nyamumba. You go to Birambo, in Karonji, you have gold. In Nyamasheke, you have gold. And semi-precious stones as well. And then you have coltan in Nyamiyaga, you have gold as well. This is everywhere. And the international market does know that. We are the first exporters of wolfram in the world, or in Africa, sorry. and the fourth exporters globally. Regarding coltan, we have 20% of the coltan that comes from Rwanda. And some people will say, well, Rwanda is not endowed with mineral resources. Well, you have them in your phones. We have very good quality stones that are in high demand and that bring a lot of resources to the country. Last year, the mineral sector actually used 92,000 people in terms of labor. And I'm specifically speaking about labor in the mines. And 129 billion Rwandan francs has been contributed in the form of taxes by the industry. And this helps build infrastructure. I mean, in Gakenke or in Kanyenye, we dug huge ditches to build infrastructure. We have Rio Tinto. Everybody knows about Rio Tinto, which is also invested here. So it is clear that we still have a lot to do in the industry. And this is different from agriculture, because in agriculture, you plant your seeds and then you harvest your crops. But in the mines, once it is exploited and its resources have been depleted, you can't actually go back to it. So what do we need to do? We need to also focus on research. As I indicated, some of the stones that we're neglecting today will be actually considered as precious tomorrow, which is why it's important to actually understand what we own. Because once you understand the value of your assets, then you can ask for a relevant price. Which is why we need to continuously study our soils. We need to train our people. And build the industry. Regarding infrastructure, if we are to dig out stones, we need to use proper tools to avoid losses. You know, lime and kaolin are very important resources. Who knew? And this is why it's actually very important to understand the value of what we own as a country. And we also need to remember the people that live in those regions that exploit those resources. On the other hand, we cannot continue to export raw materials. We need to transform some of those resources. You know, we can't continue exporting wolfram, for instance, in its raw form. But take the example of Switzerland or Dubai or Singapore. These are precious stones capitals, and yet they do not actually own any mines of precious stones. So it's all about being knowledgeable, getting the resources necessary to build our industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. That's very reassuring. Now we know we have a lot of minerals, different types, and they're very precious indeed, worldwide. and this is beneficial to our people. So we understand the contribution by different institutions. So people commonly say that the state is our parent, but we're paving our own road. So let me ask the private sector's representative about their contribution in the country's development, sustainable development. Thank you, Michelle. My name is Nishobora Kamo Faustin. I'm delighted to say that I'm a husband and have one wife. I have 4 children. Well, please bear with me. You know, people who know me, they know I was born in CHK. They think I was born in CHK Hospital in room 4. No, I was born in Nyagatare district in Gatunda sector, where also known as Kwamura Sangwe Place. And I greet the people from that neighborhood. But I'm not kidding here. There's a good reason for this, because most people think that what we do is what city kids do. No, I come from Kwamura Sandonyi in Gatumba, where I was born. So, and I'm doing what I do, including water sanitation, water purification. I'm also into agriculture, as most people say. They called me Mateke because of the type of business I'm involved in. So back to your question, Michelle, about the role of the private sector in sustainable development. You see, we're playing a significant role indeed in developing our country, because investment is the country's engine. I will share a little experience with you. Upon graduation in 2014, I came to Rwanda, and I noticed that there was a water shortage issue. You remember back in the day, back then you needed to take a basin or buy a jerry can full of water. But that was not an obstacle, just an obstacle. I saw an opportunity in there, business opportunity. And together with a friend of mine, he's much older than me. He used to live in the United States. So I praised Rwanda, and though I was 23 years old, I approached a much older guy, and I encouraged them to invest in Rwanda. So I also had a conversation with another guy, and we know this Nzove water plant jointly with WASAC. So we contributed in solving the water shortage issue in Kigali, because back then it was 65% availability. So now we made sure that 87% of the population have access to clean water in their households today. That's just some experience I wanted to share with you. But let me talk to my peers, the youth. Please do something, work hard. The country is full of opportunities. The country does a lot to attract investors and to, you see, these UCI championships, for instance. It brought a lot of opportunity in Rwanda. So what does it mean for Nyabihu, a potato farmer? So the government has played its part in bringing that UCI championship here. But are you ready to sell your produce with given the opportunity we have, the people who come here? The minister mentioned something about avocado. I assure you, I will approach you because I have 7 hectares of avocado. So I want to access that market in Dubai. but all is not perfect. There are some issues too, but we are true in Hotanyi. We hustle, we work hard, and we'll get there. The Prime Minister has said that the citizen is at the center of the government's action. And as private sector, we want you to support us so we can keep investing freely. I will give you one example. I heard people buying land in Kachiru. They invest in land, and then later on they learned that it's supposed to be a diplomatic village. But why don't we share this information? And why don't we allow them to build there? And when those diplomats come in, then they will rent those houses built by Rwandans. Why not? So I will end with a kind of a challenge to my fellow private sector operators. We at the private sector, we need our own Umushyikirano council so we can examine ourselves and so we know our demands vis-a-vis the government so we can play our part better. So I also want to conclude by telling my peers who were born in Gatunda or rather rural areas, I want to ask you this. What's your contribution in the sustainable development of our country? Thank you very much. Thank you, Faustin. Now, we're talking about the private sector, but on behalf of RDB, since I'm in charge of investment at Rwanda Development Board, I want to emphasize the role of the private sector. You are the foundation of sustainable development. That's the core of the country's development. Because investment by private sector engenders production and job creation, and that's how a country's economy grows. So I want to encourage all investors to invest in our country. We're ready for you at RDB. We're dying to see you at RDB. So another part of government that we have here, we have the National Statistics Agency. We have to know if investment has been productive, if there are returns of investment. So tell us the use of statistics in achieving the country's goals. Thank you, Michel. There are two things within your question: statistics and goals. So when you set goals as Rwandans, it's part of our culture. That's what we do as a country. But it also implies being determined to keep your promise, to achieve what you set out to achieve. And it's all about major things. It's not ordinary things. So it's part of our culture. And when you look at our 2020 vision, as you remember, when we talked about that vision, it sounded pretty much like a dream. But now we're talking Vision 2050. Then we have 5-year or 7-year plans, and we have goals for each year. And as a statistics agency, our job is to help the country know the prevailing situation when we set our goals. Using statistics, we evaluate what we've achieved and to what degree what we didn't achieve and why. So that's the importance of statistics in that process, because they guide us. So setting goals has been very beneficial to all of us. People have shared examples. I will reiterate two. With the health sector, for instance, one important thing that was done in the year 2000, that is 25 years ago, if you look at the mothers who gave birth in hospitals, well, try to remember the rate. That was 27% only. So out of 10 babies who were born in Rwanda back then, about only 3 were born in a hospital setting. Health insurance back then, it was about 8%. So it means Rwandans who had access to health insurance, only 8%. And after that, you see what setting goals means. So you are measuring, and then you're setting goals to do better. So, with healthcare, then you say, I'm going to have more Rwandans are going to have more access to healthcare, hospitals closer to the people. And then this health insurance as well. You say more Rwandans should have access to health insurance. And you do that in increments. And then as the years went by, and then mothers who give birth in hospital setting, we're at 98% today. You see, this is very tangible. And health insurance, it's more than 90%. And this only within 25%. 25 years ago, people used to think that it was very hard to do that leap, to make that leap. So this proves that we can even achieve more than that. Now, look at the shelter sector. We had a lot of problems 25 years ago. If you looked at people's shelter, grass-roofed houses, it's history now. 15% had thatched roofs. I think somebody mentioned it. You don't. That's history today. Yusuf said that. He mentioned about other aspects. Electricity, we were below 5%, and today we're at 80%, just like water and other sectors. Now, if you think about that, you see there are people who were there 25 years ago. Those who set the goals to change things 25 years ago, really applaud them. So that's the importance of having statistics and setting goals and evaluating. So we've learned two major lessons with regards to setting goals. First, so now we know that we can do it as Rwandans in different areas. Now they understand that they can do this. So once you set out to do something, you work hard at it, you can do it. And the other thing is that thanks to partnership between government and private sector and other partners, it's possible. And if you look at where we want to be 25 years from now with the 2050 vision, there are things we can improve, of course. The Statistics Agency evaluates the goals annually. We evaluate different government agencies, including ministries and I was saying that if you look at that culture of setting goals, Your Excellency the President of the Republic, welcome back in this room. This is the first panel, and we're talking about the economy and sustainable development. So the panel is reviewing how our economy has been growing and what's being done so we can stay the course. And we spoke about adding value to our minerals, and so we can get the most out of them. We've also heard the private sector representative who shared with us his journey, his experience, and also expressed what he thinks the government should help them with. And now we're talking about the importance of statistics in evaluating the progress of our economy. And, we're focusing on setting goals and how we use statistics to measure those. Your Excellency, that's what we were discussing. So welcome back. So thank you, Your Excellency. I was saying that the culture of setting goals has allowed us to make this much progress. But I was saying that there are two major lessons we draw from that. It's possible to do it. So we are confident given what we've achieved over the last 25 years. Second, collaboration between the government and private sector is key here, because when we analyze the information we have in our agency, we evaluate the goals within government agencies and districts, and we see areas where we can improve because we know where we want to be 25 years from now. So there are three major things we need to keep in mind. Like you said earlier, the goals related to intangible issues we need to solve. I'll give two examples. In different corners of the country, there are climate-related issues, flooding, damaging crops and shelter. And when you look at those districts' goals that they set for themselves, what they don't include solving issues like that. So they're talking about building offices, stadia, etc. It's good, but we need to look back and say, if District A is faced with poverty or climate-related issues, well, it needs to be reflected in the goals they set for themselves, maybe for 5 years, and then say, here is what we will do this year. Another example, in cities, for instance, because there are many people who come from countrysides coming to the city. So shelter is going to be a critical issue. So we need to reevaluate the goals we set for ourselves. Another area where we should improve is partnership between the government and the private sector. Job creation, for instance, we've seen that unemployment is still a problem, even though it's decreasing. Now, annually, 26,000 people join the job market. So 26,000 people that need jobs every year. Now we have a program. We give them internships. And together with the private sector, we have about 4,000 centers, middle and big centers. So if they hired 2 or 3, so if they gave internship to 2 or 3 graduates, that's a good thing. So they familiarize with the workplace, with work, so they can even create jobs themselves. So partnership between government and citizens. Gicumbi district, for instance, that district is among the countries with the lowest level of poverty. So it's 27% overall in the country. But in Gicumbi district, what we've seen recently, they are at 13%. Still, it's the first district where you see the most stunting. You see, the kids below 5 years old, they are 40% of all children in that district. If you look at this, if you analyze this situation, it's not about poverty really, because that district has the most milk production. They also have small animals. They grow small animals, chickens, and all. So the issue is, it's an issue of mindsets. A parent wakes up and feeds their children. They just give them potato, no eggs. They sell all the eggs and all the milk. So we need to work with the citizens to reduce stunting. It's part of government's goal, but together we can improve the situation. That's just one example. So we need collaboration between the citizens of the government and private sector. As I conclude, Your Excellency, when you look at the statistics we have, we are convinced that evaluation is important, and when we thank you for valuing what we do and also continuing to increase our capacity within the government and private sector. We need to do more to know where we're headed and in terms of goals. Because the goals we set for ourselves is very important. Each one of us should think 25 years from now with this 2050 vision. We should have an idea where we need to do and what it asks of us. Thank you, Ivan. We understand the statistics. It paints a picture, the current picture with regards to the goals we set for ourselves. And setting goals is very important because we get to know where we're at vis-a-vis the country's goals. And as we're nearing the end of the panel, I'll ask Minister Yusuf. His Excellency reminds us that we still have a long way to go. Go far and fast. He also reminds us that public-private partnership is crucial. So what do we do this faster? How do we do that? Thank you, Michelle, and thank you very much, Your Excellency. As we've seen here, there are many things that we do right, and we see the results. But if you take a closer look, there are many other things we don't do well. I will say 4 things here that we don't do well, because otherwise we would move faster in developing our country. The President has emphasized this aspect now. Collaboration. I don't have much to add, given what he's mentioned. But because of the weight of what it means, collaboration, especially at the government level, lack of that results in many projects not attaining its goals, its results, not coordinating our action, not cooperating with the private sector leads to loss. So what I can say about collaboration, Mr. President, at the Ministry of Finance, we're in charge of that because it's about planning and the implementation of projects. We promise you that we're going to do much better. We're going to change this. Second, this is about a job well done. And this requires a lot of work. We need to work hard at government level and private sector. So we get a lot of feedback at government level, but sometimes we get bad service within the private sector, in hotels, hospitals, infrastructure installed by the private sector, buildings. So we can't develop fast if we don't improve on what we do. 3, to work faster. Mr. President, you said this. Things take too long. A lot of money is spent at the government level. Money that goes to different projects that don't yield any production. So the money that is disbursed is used 5 years later, and it's been devalued, and people don't get jobs, and the service we should have had access to thanks to those projects are not there. And lastly, using the opportunities given by the government. So we want the private sector to grab those opportunities. There are opportunities in tourism development because most people visit Rwanda and they're happy with the hospitality that we give them. But the feedback that we get from them, they say there's not much else to do or there's nothing really to buy. So the government gives us opportunities. There are opportunities in the tourism industry, but the private sector need to take advantage of that. The government attracts many conferences attended by many people, and we need to capitalize on that. Yes, they come to conferences, then we should have many products they could buy. We don't have those as of now. And lastly, it's that the government has invested a lot in finding markets, foreign markets for products that are made in Rwanda, and we have agreements. So they open their markets to our products, and they want avocado, they want coffee, tea, and many more products, including clothing. The major problem we have is that we don't have enough production to export to those markets. But sometimes there's also a problem with the quality of those products. So if we focused on those points, we would could develop our country much faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Yusuf. And we are now at the end of this panel discussion, which discussed sustainable development, and particularly sustainable development through public-private partnerships. It was said that it is important to take advantage of all the opportunities offered by the government. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, Rwandans here and abroad, thank you very much. Madam Master of Ceremony, I give you the floor. Yes, thank you very much. We've had the chance to discuss, and we'll now invite the representatives of the various districts and see if there's any questions from the social media. I don't mean to interrupt you, but let me first ask a question. I was told what you've been discussing in this panel, and I understand these challenges that you've discussed, and it is clear that people do offer various suggestions ideas, but at the end of the day, we find ourselves remaining static, and we realize we haven't really moved forward. And Minister Yusuf and other panelists did provide clear explanations as to certain things, and Minister Yusuf spoke of Gichumbi, and over there we have everything that is needed. We have domestic cattle, we have milk production, the production of eggs, but children are still stunted. What does this mean? It means that the members of the population in that region do not understand they can actually sell part of their production and invest in their children's education. And if you want to blame those people for that, I would agree, but that's not the only problem. But the question is, should we stop there? What about the local leaders? Shall we say that the population should then stay the way they are and suffer the consequences of inaction for 5, 10 years and just criticize? I think the major issue here is at the level of the leaders, including ourselves here. So what's our role? What are we meant to do as leaders? If we leave Gichumbi and other areas remain the way they are, and yet they actually have everything they need, and yet stunting does persist in children, I strongly believe that the problem is also at our level. So how shall we resolve this? Otherwise, we'll just keep, discussing and consulting. And what Minister Yusuf mentioned is absolutely correct. But this has been the case for about 5 to 10 years. And this is not acceptable. In the agricultural sector, productivity is still very low. And this has actually been the case for many years. And we cannot continue blaming the lack of, this situation on the lack of resources. I believe we need to change our mindset, work harder as leaders. As leaders, we cannot just observe what is going on. And the Prime Minister did share with us some statistics. I believe the Minister of Finance did also show that economic growth is there. And this year, our growth rate is of about 7.5%. But looking at these numbers, people may think that all is well and good. And then we get blindsided by that. And we then believe that this growth applies to all sectors. There's opportunities for export, export of products grown in Rwanda. There's other products we are not able to export, and this is a problem. We seem to be fixated on the growth rate, but this is not enough. Because when you go into the nitty-gritty of things, we then see gaps. These overall rates can actually be misleading. And the sectors that are highly successful are not representative of those that are not. And people then tend to believe that all sectors are doing well, which is indeed what we should focus on. We should achieve success in all sectors. And what will make the difference is governance. This is something we've seen in the agricultural sector, in the livestock sector. At a certain point in time, we had achieved a certain pace. But because we're not monitoring things appropriately, then we realize that people do not even remember some of the objectives that we set for ourselves. And people remain complacent. This is a major concern. Let's try and find solutions to these recurrent problems, problems that we keep talking about every year. And among those people representing the mining sector, is the private sector represented? Do we have only the government person? Because I wanted to ask the percentage of minerals that they actually get from Congo. Let them remember to tell us what is the percentage of minerals that are being brought from Congo. Thank you, Mr. President. And it is true, we did speak of achievements that spoke for themselves back in the days. But what is the current status? And in the audience, I do see some leaders, and the President of the Republic had actually asked that you also take the floor if you wish to express yourself in reaction to the President's comment. But as you think about that, I'll get back to Madame Alice, who's responsible for the mining sector. And you've been asked what is the percentage of minerals coming from Congo. No, we don't need minerals from Congo to grow Rwanda. Our mountains are full of minerals, and we just need to understand their value and invest in the transformation as well, in the processing of these minerals, and make sure we can become a hub for minerals trade in the region. And a hub for minerals processing. Well, indeed, if we were a hub for processing, this would not be a problem. And looking at what's happening in the sector, and looking at the developed countries, which keep giving us lessons as to minerals, but they're actually the ones benefiting the most from these minerals, and yet they do not have them in their country. So this is the key of the problem. Those stones that may be coming from Congo should not stay here, and they do not. They go to you. And through this value chain, why can't others also, profit from that? What is the law that says that things that actually go through Rwanda in transit should not benefit Rwanda either? We are not neighbors with the entire borders of Congo. You have the equator, you have Katanga, you have other borders. What gets out of Congo does not all go through Rwanda. So let's not even talk about minerals. We have people that actually come through here, going to other destinations. People that transit through Rwanda. So should we actually stop Congolese from coming to Rwanda if they want to go to London, to Washington, D.C., or to Dubai? Should we stop them from that? So let us stop this nonsense. So there's an issue that has been tackled by the President of the Republic, and we should not hide from it. He indeed came back to the issue of Gicumbi, and the Minister for Local Administration is here. Maybe he has something to say about that. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. As shown by statistics, the issue remains with governance. And proximity to the people does help change behaviors, and we have examples all over the country. For instance, when there's a good leader somewhere, there's no stunting, children go to school, and this proves indeed that good governance and proximity to the people does help with economic progress. And therefore, the local administration should be close to the people and make sure that if some of the mindsets should change, that they indeed help them do that. And we do have some areas where agricultural production is sufficient, but where stunting is still present. However, we must and do commit to making sure that those families that are affected are known and that we deal with those families, that we help those families. We have a system that helps us gather information from those households. And that can help us target those children affected by stunting so that we can help them and help those families change their behaviors, without, of course, forgetting the increase in agricultural productivity. Thank you very much. We now go to people who may have questions. I believe I've seen someone raise a hand. Yes, Mr. President of the Republic, thank you very much for this opportunity. Please, you must express yourself properly in Kinyarwanda. Yes, thank you very much, Your Excellency. My name is Trésor Gashonga. I'm an entrepreneur. My company is called Inshuti Fruit Limited. And we're engaged in chilies processing, and we work with more than 100 farmers. We sell our products here in Rwanda, and we export some of it as well. And we do sell chicken wings as well, marinated chicken wings. And thank you for all the opportunities that were afforded to me and to the youth in general. Unfortunately, please, once again, correct yourself. It's not guhereza in Kinyarwanda.
turabashimiye cyane kubw'amahirwe atandukanye muduha.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for correcting me, for correcting my Kinyarwanda. So, on our path, we are faced with a number of challenges, including access to finance. And as youth, when you try to get access to lending, banks will ask for collateral. Collateral which is almost always impossible to get as a young man, as a young woman. And even when we do get access to some of the loans, some of the expenses do not necessarily serve the set objectives, and we need assistance. We need support, Mr. President, when it comes to access to loans and management of those loans. My company employs 25 people, and we work with more than 100 farmers. So my question is, how could we get access to finance? Because in 3 years, if we could work with, if we manage to work with 100 farmers, we could probably work with 1,000 farmers if we had access to finance. Besides that, Mr. President, we do have an issue with packaging food products. We've been told that we had to use green packaging, and unfortunately they do not exist in Rwanda, and when we try to import them, they're actually highly costly. And this presents a major obstacle. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Muraho neza nyakubahwa Perezida wa Repubulika.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, good morning. I'd like to start by thanking you. My name is Christelle Zumuremye. I live in Belgium.
I will continue in English to express myself correctly. Before I start, I would like to thank everyone for being here. I don't take this chance for granted because I've already learned a lot of insights about my country, how it's growing and where we have to grow. So first, I would like to commend the government for its strong investment in digital services and effective technology here in Rwanda. But as a Gen Z, for what I see around the world is increasingly embracing the artificial intelligence. And my question was if we are exploring how AI can be a leverage to support our vision in 2050, especially in innovation. Thank you very much.
murakoze cyane Krista kandi twibutse n'abandi kurasa ku ntego.
Thank you very much, Krista, and let's go straight to the point, please. We'll get one more question from the room, and then Nyabihu, please get ready. We're coming to you shortly. Once again, let's be short, go straight to the point. Thank you very much. My name is Umushyikirano Marie-Rose. I'm from Ruhango. Thank you very much for your reports on and guidance on sustainable development. So I have an issue. It is good that the country is actually growing and developing. And it is clear that the country has indeed moved forward. But what about prices? What about inflation? Today, prices keep rising, and it's becoming increasingly difficult for the small people for the ordinary citizen to deal with it. Thank you very much. Yes, how about innovation and artificial intelligence? Are we ready for it? Well, in as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, we are ready. As for education, training, agriculture, and other sectors, they will follow. And I think we can actually move faster with AI, and all sectors will be able to progress faster. It is true that we need to prepare ourselves properly and make sure that the population, the people of Rwanda, can indeed take advantage of AI. And this should serve small companies as well. We need to work on AI. We need to cooperate with other countries and make sure we're always up to date. Thank you. Thank you very much. Minister Yusuf, a couple of questions were asked, and I wonder whether you could address them. Yes, Trésor, you did ask a question about access to loans in general, the fact that it is costly, the conditions associated with loans, and the collaterals as well. There are services that can help small enterprises grow and get access to finance, whether it's enterprises owned by the youth, by women. And there are opportunities out there to get help As far as collateral is concerned, if you do not have them, we can definitely provide you with a means to guarantee your loan. You should go to the RDB, the Rwanda Development Board. There are people over there who will be able to help in whatever sector that you're engaged in. Now, regarding the high costs of food products in general, and it is true that those food products cost a lot. This has been said by the Minister of Agriculture. The main solution is production. This has been tackled by the Minister of Agriculture, but there's also the demographic pressure, the youth bulge, which does not go at the same pace as the economic growth. Thank you. Nyabihu, hello. Over to you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic. My name is Mukasine Eliada from Nyabihu District. Your Excellency, I'm delighted to have this opportunity to share with you my feelings given what you've told us today. Nyabihu citizens, we've made tremendous progress. Today, we can speak English here in Nyabihu. This means that the advice you've given us is we've totally understood everything, both in Kinyarwanda and in English, and we are ready to go to work. And we're going to apply what you're telling us to be self-reliant so we can develop faster and as a united people. And I thank you for the program you've started to send young children to early childhood centers and the school feeding program too. And this helps fight stunting among our children. And it prevents school dropouts. And we, the parent, get more time to conduct other development activities. So, Your Excellency, I thank you for Bigogwe Hospital that was built because we only had a district hospital in Hira sector. So this Bigogwe Hospital caters for a large number of the population. Now it's being overwhelmed. Moreover, Bigogwe Hospital buildings are very old. This hospital needs expansion and renovation, and it needs more capacity so the citizen can have access to the services he's entitled to, no matter how good, the quality of the services. But we want more services. Thank you very much. Try to be quick. Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Udusabe Bernard. I'm from Nyabihu District. There's a lot to be thankful for, Your Excellency, but let me reiterate what you did for us, SACCO Savings Cooperative. And we really applaud the automation that is built in those sectors. And a Rwandan can withdraw their money in any sector, not just the sector where they live. So we thank you for that, Mr. President. Here is a request, though. I know that you're very serious on development. And as you've introduced this automation, Well, there should be automation on the national level. So every SACCO member can go from Nyabihu to Nyagatare to Rusizi without having to carry money in their bag. So they can have access to financial services in any district. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Bernard. Your request is understood. And before we come back to the room for the Minister of Health to answer Eliada's question, let's go to Gakenye. Hello, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Nize Solomon, a resident of the Kagano Modern Village in Muzo sector in Gakenye district. So I take the floor to thank you, Your Excellency, and that's why I request everyone here to help me clap for you. Mr. President, me, Dionysee Solomon, I'm overjoyed because if you look at where I used to live in a danger zone, and today I was settled in this modern village together with 124 families. See, words fail me. Rwanda keeps being sweeter and sweeter to me. So I've never seen this before. The last 39 years, I was living a miserable life, but today I'm overjoyed. I live in this modern village because I had been left on a village it was not. It was a danger zone, really. It was not the right place to live, to have a house. And I thank you, Mr. President, because you keep the citizens on your mind. And there's a marketplace being built near where we have this new modern village. And soon I will be a welder in that market. Your Excellency, I wouldn't say much because I would take a month or a full year because I've lived a bad life over the last 39 years. But I pray to God that He keeps you healthy so you can keep leading Rwanda and Rwandans. Thank you. God bless you. We'll take one more person from Gakenye, then we'll come back to the room. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Mukashyaka Placidi from Gakenye district. I thank you for the opportunity you give the youth with this Youth Connect, where we showcase our projects. Umurenge Kagame Cup. We all participate. We play soccer and we do track and field. And I always come first on the national level in this track and field. Look at all these medals that I always get, the prizes I win, I receive. So this allowed me to develop. I have my own business. I'm no longer unemployed. We have a women's team in Gakenye district, and I'm one of the best players in my team. So, Mr. President, we want more sports infrastructure so we can improve our talent because sports is life. Our district is a hilly area. We have Kabuye Mountain, a beautiful mountain visited by many people, including Rwandans and foreigners. But, Mr. President, we want investors to invest in our district on that mountain so more tourists can visit and have a place to rest, have good food, restaurants, and Gakenye residents will be employed, especially youth. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, on 14th July 2024, you promised that you'd be back here to share sorghum beer with us. So we're ready. Volunteers are ready. And we've been fighting drugs as well, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So your invitation has been received, I guess. So let's come back to Kigali Convention Center. There was a question about minerals, and the president said, well, do we have any private person involved in the mining sector, apart from the leaders who are here? Go ahead, Malik. Thank you, Mr. President. I think the President raised that question, but he has also helped us address it at the same time, and I want to emphasize this. We have minerals here in Rwanda, and we have many of them. All of you know, and the mine board representative has clarified that mining started many, many years ago. And if you go back in history, before they even went to neighboring countries, those who were doing exploration started in Rwanda. History tells us that they started in Rwinkwavu and Rutongo. Then they followed that belt. That's how mining is. So you can't have minerals somewhere else and not in Rwanda. So when people talk about minerals, many Rwandans don't even believe it. So I want to just stress this: we do have minerals, but those in the mining sector and those who export these minerals, just look carefully. We extract, but those who export these minerals are foreigners who come from those very countries who say we don't have minerals. They should ask their own folks who buy their minerals here. Second, you see, even ourselves, we're entitled to having industries, factories that refine these minerals. And we have a factory like that, a gold refinery. And there are many countries that started bringing their own gold here to be refined, and then it's sold on the international market. People know this. Many foreigners have been asking us where the gold comes from, and we show them all the paperwork. So if you want to invest in mining, do not think twice. And maybe that's why many Rwandans are not investing in mining. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll be going to other sites as well, but we're going to have those questions answered. There was a question about renovating a health center. Go ahead, Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. President. What Eliada says is true. We have 3 health centers in Rwanda with the most patients, more patients than some hospitals. Those include Utaro and Geruka, and we intend to get those health centers, to elevate them to hospital level. What we're doing is this. Vigogwe itself has 5 medical doctors. Usually the health centers don't have doctors. So that's one thing we did to make sure that the local residents have access to better health. So that's what we're doing with those 2 other health centers, including Geruka. The Prime Minister mentioned Ruhengeri Hospital that will be built very soon, which will contribute to helping the local residents. So that's what I want to say for now. Thank you. Bernard from Nyabihu talked about automation. Now, Minister Yusuf, would you please address that? Thank you. Here is what I want to tell Bernard. This March, we will have finished integrating all sector circles to all of them districts. And by the end of the year, we will have integrated all circles from all districts. That's the plan we have, and we're confident it will go down well. Plus CD, the soccer player in Gakenye, I saw representatives from the Ministry of Sports. So sports infrastructure in Gakenye, please. What would you tell her? Thank you, Mr. President. We thank Placidi, and we want to encourage her to keep playing, and we applaud her as a woman player. So there's a lot in stock for Gakenye district. We're going to have to do more for Gakenye. We have Isonga training camps. We collaborating with Saint Jerome School with handball and basketball. Those are the sports that are popular in that school. That's the determining factor when we intervene. But there will be more infrastructure, sports infrastructure, so that even investment in that region can also be done in the sports sector, but other sectors of life as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we're going to Ngoma site. Ngoma, please, are you good? Are you ready? Now, when we leave Ngoma, we will go to Gisagara site. Over to you. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Nhingamihito Francois, a resident of Ngoma district. I'm a teacher and a farmer. Mr. President, we thank you deeply because we've done a lot for our economy, social well-being, and justice. Our district has 14 sectors, and 6 of those they have lakes. There are beautiful lakes in our district. That's Mugesera and Sake lakes. Mr. President, we have a good production. But our request is this. We want an irrigation project so we can farm and increase our production in all seasons. That's what we want. It will help us, especially the youth, to have development projects that are agriculture-based, and we'll be able to guarantee our food security and sell produce to the local markets. But it's been said agricultural production is small, so we want to increase that. Mr. President, we also want a road between Sake district, Sake sector and Mugesera sector around those lakes, so we can exchange our food production, so we can easily sell our products on the local markets. You've told us that we need to have that culture of self-reliance, and that's how we will achieve that. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Frank. We'll take one more person before we move to Gisagara site. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Nyotwagira Jean Damascene. I represent the local cattle growers. So I really love cows. It's within my blood too. After the genocide against Tutsis, I didn't have a cow. I didn't have anything. But, Mr. President, I started with one cow, and then I I developed and I grew, and today I sell up to 100 liters of milk, and I've given cows to 24 neighbors. That's what I gave them so they can have milk. So we thank you. I'm really overjoyed. I don't know any other country that has ever had a president who loves his citizens like you do. That's for one. I don't know any other country where a citizen goes to sleep and then the next day they call them and say, come and get a cow. Here is the cow that the president has given you through Girinka program. So here is what we want, Mr. President. We're okay with animal husbandry, but this artificial insemination is not really working because we're getting told that azote, this substance, chemical that protects the sperm, is not available. So we're told that there's going to be a factory that will be helping Goma and Kirehe districts. So we're still waiting for that factory. We don't know when it's coming. So we have no clue, so we don't know what to do. Second, we also want, so there are subsidies for agriculture, but we need the same for in the animal husbandry. So that's a problem for us, cattle growers, and the prices of those products should be reduced. So we want for there to be subsidies in this equipment that process the food that we feed our animals. So we want subsidies for these water tanks. So the government should help us so we have enough water even during the dry season. Thank you very much. Stay on the line, please. Jean Damascene. Ngoma, please. The Minister of Agriculture, are you here? So, do you know what he's talking about? What was the problem? I think you used to be the leader, the director of RAB, the Agriculture and Animal Husbandry Agency, right? Thank you, Mr. President. He mentioned this problem with azote. I'm aware of that problem. So what was the problem? Just don't beat around the bush. What happened? We haven't brought it yet, Mr. President. So what happened all these years? Mr. President, this is a machine. What happened for that machine to not get there? What? There's been a delay, Mr. President. And why is that delay? We were planning to have that within the IFAD project. How many years? About a year and a half, Mr. President. Only for that project. So it's been a year and a half only? So you never thought about that the years before? Your Excellency, we apologize. We're going to work on it. We'll be back to answer other questions, but let's go to Gisagara first. Then we'll answer the questions in a batch. Gisagara people, hello, can you hear us? You ready? The floor is yours.
Ndabashimiye nyakubahwa Perezida wa Repubulika.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Akineza Valentine. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a I created job. And today, you see, after graduating high school, like I went to vocational training, and I studied the hospitality, food production, food service. And today I have a restaurant in Mamba sector. And I employ 7 people permanent, and I have 10 seasonal staff. Valentine, please. Both Valentine and others, there are many who want to ask questions. Just go straight to the point. Is it a question or an idea? Just go straight to the point. Thank you. What's the question you want to ask, Valentine? Or what's your comment? Thank you. My name is Zakineza Valentine. Here is what I want to say. We create jobs, we as youth, but in Gisagara district, we have what we call Kuremera program that helps the youth. Our district gives us 300,000 francs, so we can create jobs, so we can be self-employed. So here is my request, Mr. President. Because I've seen the obstacles that we face, Mr. President, I was a beneficiary of that program. So such a program should be extended to all of the youth of the country, so they can be self-employed. Even those who say they don't have capital, then they will have capital and create jobs and put an end to unemployment. Thank you, Valentine. Go ahead, Gisagara. One more person. So you're going to solve that technical issue, and in the meantime, we'll come back to the room. Frank from Goma spoke about irrigation. We're back to you, Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. President. We have a project in Ngoma. It's an irrigation project. We want to, like we said, we're going to expand irrigated land. So we're going to focus on all those zones, including Goma. It's within the Eastern Corridor. So we're going to make a study and help them. Thank you very much. Now, Sache Mujesera Road, Minister of Infrastructure, please. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to tell Frank that we have a program jointly with districts. The goal is that all roads, especially the secondary roads, that we're going to improve those roads and build ditches, and then they are protected so that you can sell your product much easily. So, and we will facilitate tourism. So we will coordinate with the district. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let's see what's on the social media. This is a platform for our Rwandans. We want to know if there are any ideas or questions. Would you please put these on the screen? Mukunzi Penina says, wrote on next, he says, we really miss UCI vibes. Dear leaders, what are you planning another show for us? So those show planners, That's the minister, Minister Utumatwishima, literally meaning the one who makes us happy. Wimbabazi says, I thank the president for those green roads so we can exercise, work out, and even young women and men, young men propose on those green roads. Why don't you expand the same initiative, extend it to other places in the country? And Musabga Abdul says, Mr. President, the cleanliness is a good thing. Now, Kigali is clean. We should be clean too. Why shouldn't we clean? Why shouldn't we look smart, smell good? Really? Stop those bad smells on buses. We can't develop, we can't be rich, we can't get to 2050 without being smart. So I guess those who need to be smart and smell good and look good heard that. Now the Ministry of Sports and the Ministry of Infrastructure. So what's in the works? Thank you, Mr. President. Well, indeed, we have a plan to extend the green roads to other places. We started in Nyarutarama and Kimihurura. Now we're going to Rebero and other places. Thank you. Thank you.
hari
Thank you very much. Someone from the African School of Governance, Mohammed Ndarusa, would like to take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen in the room, my name is Ndanusa Mohammed. I'm from Nigeria. I'm a student at African School of Governance. When the Prime Minister was making a review of economic performance in Rwanda, what struck my mind was three major sectors made major contribution: agriculture, industry, and service sector. Rwanda government has made frantic effort to make Rwanda a knowledge-based economy, particularly by attracting world-class institutions to Rwanda. And I think part of it is what I'm benefiting as a student of ASG. And I think that is really turning around the economy of the country. But what I want to suggest and ask the Honorable Minister for Education, if he's in the House, is English language, even though not the basics, because countries like India, China did not rely on English language to promote their business and economy, but yet English language has been seen as the language of doing business, language of communication, and language of transformation. I could observe that Rwanda still use a lot of Kinyarwanda from all through the tertiary institution, including at the universities level. I want to believe that any student in Rwanda who was privileged to attend school up to, say, senior 3, should be able to communicate in English. So I want to encourage the government of Rwanda that Rwanda is already a model to other African countries. I'm here based on relationship between Nigeria and Rwanda. Nigeria and Rwanda has a good part in supporting Rwanda in terms of education by providing technical services and education to the Rwandan government. And what I observe is to scale up this relationship, Rwanda should deliberately increase the level of use of English in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Minister for Education, over to you. Thank you, Mr. President. Kindly allow me to respond in English so that he may understand better.
It is true that we need to improve the English proficiency, starting with the educators themselves, and also increasing the use of the language in the schools themselves. So we have actually established a program that's starting this year that's going to train all teachers, all of them, in increasing the English proficiency. we expect to see the English proficiency rise to the level of B2, which is the required level to be able to instruct in that language. So that is a known problem that we are working on, and we hope that this training, which is provided by the government of Rwanda to all teachers, in partnership with the World Bank and the MasterCard Foundation, and that's going to raise the level of English, and hopefully in the next couple of years, it will translate to the increase of English competency within our students themselves. So thank you very much.
I think the Minister of Education has given a very good answer. I just want to inform you that I think it is generally a language problem. We even have Kinyarwanda proficiency. So even for Kinyarwanda, you might have heard we are struggling here. People say anything they want. So, but we'll go with the Minister of Education and the very good answer he has given.
Murakoze nyakubahwa Perezida wa Repubulika mubitwemereye.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ko afite uruganda rukora rusenda avuga ikibazo cya packaging.
Avec votre permission, nous pouvons nous arrêter ici et donner la parole à...
Murakoze nyakubahwa President. Ikibazo cya packaging.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Regarding the issue of packaging for products, we're actually working with REMA on the issue, and we have a team that has been set up for that very purpose. Thank you. Michelle, you have the floor. Thank you very much. We had actually come to the end of this panel discussion, of which the focus was on sustainable development. And as you all heard, we have lots of young people who own enterprises and need funding or access to finance, and will need to work together to build a country and move towards sustainable development. Thank you very much. And we'll stop here. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, as has been indicated by the President of the Republic, we must work together. We'll now leave the room, take a break, but let us not forget what has been said, the questions that have been asked. Let us all think of our own situation, asking ourselves whether we contribute ourselves to sustainable development. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. President.
Mbibutse kandi ko ejo tuzongera guhurira hano dukomeze kungurana ibitekerezo no kwiyubakira igihugu.
And let us remember that we'll meet again here tomorrow and exchange ideas.
Mwakoze cyane mwese, tuzasubira ku munsi w'ejo, ariko reka mbibutse yuko
We thank you all, and as a reminder, regarding lunch, Those with a white badge. And green will be at Restaurant Fellini, the light blue at AD10. And the dark blue will meet in A3. The protocol will be guiding you all. Thank you.